Hello everyone and welcome to stream, welcome to stream. And today again we are playing Limbus Company and we are tackling down the new 9.5.2 Intervallo, and as you can see, it will be centered around the Blade lineage story, around a goat, bamboo-hatted Kim, around Aeng-Du, and around the Distortion Detective crew, because we are jumping right into, technically, we are going to N-Corp, but we are going to get some S-Corp bullshit happening to us. So let's jump right into it. I will not pull for the new Ego and the new LCD OCO group, OCO team Ishmael, who's just basically Aeng-Du. I will. Should I go for this 10 pull? I will do 1 10 pull. Let's go. There, didn't get anything. See, I don't know why my luck ain't as good as it was. But yeah, I will showcase these next week when we will be able to show them. So let's jump right into it. Mnestic experience. New Intervallo. And I have none of the new event thingies, but I will be using a Blade lineage team, so I will clear it. Let's go. Consultation session 9.5.15. No. Wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante? Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but... It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rodia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. His contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Isang, and Masoud were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new Golden Bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust, However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that interference? For the oh, sorry, sorry guys, I just woke up, I slept 4 hours, and this is why I am tripping on my words. May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Alright. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryosho and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager would be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory-wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clockhead? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Yes, my goat, Papa Bongi mentioned. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instrument and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your loyalty mission. Because treasure waits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. So... Indeed. At the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. That's a new term! I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing... It's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? the aspect. What it means, and why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. I am unable to tell you. Wait, no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'll also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team is still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia... Wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pocket? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? In Otis's group, let's see... Oh, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD... And that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust. This dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit... different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the SEC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Fuck's sake! What? First thing in the morning, first chatter in the morning is a fucking bot. Shoo away, you bots. 9.5.16 rendezvous. I'm doing some voices, but I can guarantee you I won't keep doing the voices. Again, sorry about the yawn, like, I just woke up and I slept like 3 hours and I would desperately wanted to just, you know, to just play this update. Okay, sorry guys. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Altus's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all over... arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! So scatter! That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would recognize the hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers out here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion only to suddenly turn tail. Forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that all the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline. To think that of all the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days. And realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs. Literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Artis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Here comes Ezra. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. What? Aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floors formed in shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? The faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire, this one appeareth to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. In this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions were distinct? What do you mean, Babu Hatted came or a bankruptcy? Did you already finish the event, D2? Like, I just started it. I don't know anything about what's going to happen. His aura is gone. Lol. I'm a bit ahead of you. Oh, okay, alright. Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and control of the tasks to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only a new girl. This time, the dude, Mr. Babu Hatted Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised when you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. If they didn't do stuff, if they don't support, if you have me, I mean, I won't really need them because I will still have maximum bonus event thingy because I will be using Blood Lineage team. So you know, and I did a tempo. I didn't get anything, so it's fine. To be precise, I believe Miss Aeng-Du stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? You get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Ah, you have arrived. Oh, it's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. And what exactly is this light? Oh. Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. This is... okay, this is aura forming and aura crash soon, I guess. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? Ah, I have not yet been afforded the proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. You really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha! Oh wow. Okay, we have peak comedy. Peak comedy here. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, he looks like a dude, you know, like he's basically, you know, we have the aura farming king in the form of Sun Jingwoo from Soul Leveling. Hey, Sun Jingwoo basically looks like that kind of guy when he's not aura farming, you know? It's actually really funny. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Oh, yes, that's me. I guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. This is genuinely funny. I mean, I didn't expect... I mean... You know, the fuck did a lot of people expected, oh, look, he's so aura farming and shit and all, like, he's still a member of the city, you know, like, also people got spoiled when they pulled the announcer, lol. Oh. Hey, I didn't get the announcer, so yay to me. I mean, only did was single 10 pull on the banner, like, I ain't, like, I don't know why you guys are pulling, why people are pulling. The Book is coming out soon. Goddamn sake. And I think it's going to be a Library of Ruina one, so... Well, plug is not! Search for the inflection point. Okay, so... More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. Of 200 pulls in ticket alone, I got almost all of them in 30 pulls. I mean, I do not have 30 pulls in 200 pulls in tickets. I have like only 30, including the whatchamacallit, the guaranteed season 7 Deca extraction ticket. But still, you know, this one I'm saving it for Valenci Rodion and Heath Cho, Luke Leaf. I don't know, you know, for the thumb deal, for the House of Spiders thumb deal. More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-hatted Kim? Yeah? We double checked with Isra and she said he really is the same guy. Oh, that fire on your head's not all on your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Can you? Okay, can we check again? Just in case? The Moe Gap is astronomical. Yeah, it's not even a gap at that point, it's a fucking canyon. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of masterpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as bamboo-hatted Kim. I have no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Aeng-Du, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I think that the Blade Lineage Mentor Mussault Mirror World story didn't help with the impression of... didn't help with our impression of who bamboo-hatted Kim is. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. Oh, but I don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. Ah. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Aeng-Du. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? She's playing on what Mental Mirrors is like aura man, while this dude is straight up the funny man. Combine both, and we got da man, you know? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrain from mentioning any truth that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name. and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything if I block this spot, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Yeah, we get the man. Those are not my eyes, you know? Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright. Clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. You know what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Me, the resident layabout who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Aeng-Du who's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Aeng-Du, dear, there are times when your commitment to duties shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing these bamboo hats, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Isra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Oh god. Oh god. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsiderations? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can do. Wait, what? Aeng-Du is a force to be reckoned with. Aeng-Du is that one anime character. She's that one anime character who's like so enamored with the idea of a person. She projects this idea on said person and interprets everything said person says as what her what her mind's projection would say instead of what the actual person is saying. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. She's so serious. It's a loop. It's a fucking circle. She's so serious. She loops back to being unserious. My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants in the maze of stores to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. Oh, you know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Aeng-Du's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Wait, I have like an example, but it's actually slipping away from me. I got it. I got it. If you have seen Tenshura, Tensei Shitara Slime Tataken, or more well known as me reincarnated as a slime, it's the whole Masayuki the hero situation. He says something, he does something, and his surrounding interprets it to put him in as a way to put him on the spotlight. That's kind of what Aeng-Du is doing to Babu Hatted Kim. She only hears what she wants to hear. I love someone who would care as much as her. So this is a Masayuki the hero situation. No sooner Aeng-Du's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Aeng-Du's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Aeng-Du. Your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Aeng-Du's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Aeng-Du had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Aeng-Du held up her dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness! Went to machine articulation!
'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself.
Yup, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Peak comedy, yeah, this is just peak comedy. Like, honestly, Aeng-Du and Bamboo-Hatted Kim, it's basically like that classic Japanese comedy thingy, you know, the bokeh and the tsukumi, with the bokeh and the tsukumi. Bokeh being the silly and the tsukumi being the serious that highlights the stupid, you know? That's the thing. We have Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the bokeh, and Aeng-Du, the overly serious tsukumi. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries in 7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team. LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Now you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But... sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred the painful memories within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the soul. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my hands on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please, girl. We worked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking in Aeng-Du's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in the corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera at least. Sinclair picked up the small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Mussol's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. Oh, what? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects.
I already put it in a bin!
can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Massaud took the object from Sinclair's hand. Is that a film roll? Sure looks like it. There's something written on the outside. Experiment 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. Seen it a few times before. You are... Seems pretty used to handling it, Massaud. Correct. Massaud's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by AIM-Corps are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly into the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention.
Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin?
Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving elimination? Huh? Yeah, wait. You're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby. It didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded.
Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet.
Inflection point?
Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around's gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help.
Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more of a specialized polysemy referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs.
Yeah, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector, or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss Clark opens the door into the Fathoms or whatever, right?
You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms?
Yep, that's the one. From my understanding, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Oh, not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Yeah, I thought you fellas handled it the same way we did. You know, giving them a good beating and start from there. Course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office.
Hello, XON! Welcome to the stream!
That means the clients this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kind of agencies like the ZVI and the combat specialized fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right and the job got passed on to us.
Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets.
Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue.
Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Mossault... I was once employed by N-Corp. Oh, you used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mossault? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Clou. Mossault recited information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay. Pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis N-Corp's internal intelligence, sorting and arranging N-Corp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough.
Whoa, is he talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, not nothing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if we borrow him sometimes?
Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia.
Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back streets like this? Got any guesses?
I am unable to determine that.
Eh?
The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Mossault. Maybe this be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mossault's eye widened, his gaze fixing me with such force I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There is no such thing as an objective point of view, manager." A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. Oh. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters?
Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff.
Miss Aeng-Du, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of the garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, and my eyes are foreign to such a feat.
Let me take a look too. This is an employee card and... Okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This may be it. It's an order missive.
Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud.
Work details. Elimination of the individual of Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place.
Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in this studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected.
Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kinda feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last! Have the hour right for my debut as a detective, forsooth!
Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that'd been given to Rudyard, Roshu, and Wong Hong back then.
Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come.
Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. Misconceptions. Okay, before I start the fight, let me get myself a bowl of water, or at least a glass. Okay, I'm back. Let's jump right back into the fight. Misconceptions.
잠시 배워내겠습니다.
There he is. So, 1. And fuck, I don't have Aeng-Du, so... Shit! One, two, three, four, five.
내가 움직여야 하나? 내가 출장이군요.
피가 범람할 망상.
배워내겠습니다.
Let's go with that. What do you mean 58? Oh, wait, Dawn is not level... There. Max level Dawn.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
We spent a long while riffling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings, nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue. Execution Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the content of the film roll directly. Yes, Execution Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little bit more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor? What do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Aeng-Du, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... Once swung, a soul does not retrace its arc, Aeng-Du. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not to dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Aeng-Du. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before a house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Look, ow. Ow, my belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me inflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Aeng-Du suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words inflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Aeng-Du follows so devotedly. Where's all the dignity and forbearance Aeng-Du said he had? Young Aeng-Du. There is a matter I would ask thee.
Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him.
Pray, speak freely.
This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with the laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet...
Ah, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me.
Truly?
Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the current of the river to arrive at such a chance. Aeng-Du gave her prosthetic's arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit."
God. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior.
So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? The units say there was only a single violator.
Oh crap.
Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with.
Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the Encop employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden...
A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim.
Yeah, there was this same pop and...
With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Aeng-Du? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp's employee were just a moment ago executive manager. This
is exactly it! This is what I was trying to explain!
Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place,
Figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Aeng-Du? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chunokans of Escorp twice. Come on, man! Not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Wait, where the fuck are Heathcliff, Honglu, and
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까?
Let's see what they do. Head splitting memory, gain 1 by next turn. Dash power up, rounded down max 3. If this unit inflicted truce on target, gain prisoner transport arrangement. Look how the base won't hunt the other base one to serve them up to the powers that be. Prisoner transport arrangement, fix this unit speed to 1. If the truce effect this unit inflicted on target spire of this unit is defeated, stagger lose this effect. If target this unit is truce, or lose the prisoner transport arrangement effect. Escorp commands 2 sorts of taboo hunters, the royal censors and the Chunokans. Agents of the royal court, the royal censors, generally operate alone, moving under covers to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Sapipio. Chunokans, much like fixer officers, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or contract to hunt down the branded is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Scouring Hunter Band, deal plus 5% damage for every bind on target, max 15%. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. Sapipio Agriculture. Yep. I think this is the case, D2. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics. Eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as means of communication with distant allies. On Clash Ring, gain 2 points for aversion wounds on target. Okay. So basically, they work the same way Honglu does. Because Honglu has a Escorp Shunoken ID too. Oh, Ezra is dealing with this one. Is it targeted at there?
네 상대는 나야. 삐리리 빠! 하!
And we've got Aeng-Du there. Holy macaroni! B.L. Sinclair won a fucking clash.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Okay, we've got a counter here. So Aeng-Du is dealing with this one, Ezra is dealing with this one, so we'll need to clash the counters here. But honestly, since it's on hit, I can just ignore these two and just dump everything on this one in the back.
물의 배들.
Is it a remix of the Yield My Flesh to claim their bones theme?
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은
Again, Ezra is dealing with this one. Aeng-Du is killing this one.
또 멀구나.
No, she's dealing with this one, so I can just kill these two and I can focus on this one.
뺀다면 사활을 건다.
There's a lot more. There's a lot of lore on Aeng-Du. Oh wait, it's true. I didn't check her abilities. I'm pretty sure she works the same way. Pretty sure she works the same way Aeng-Du Ishmael works. Like LCD Ozir team Ishmael does. But I didn't check ahead of time, my bad.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은
Let's quickly check
여전히
her thingies. Okay,
또 멀구나.
on the outside it looks no different from prosthetics you might find in other nests or backstreets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to the Limbus company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. Oh, that's not to say that I have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transplanting it, you see. It's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. And yeah, she has the same Dokebi arm. Like, she's like extremely fast, she gains a lot of haste, she gains poise count. Dokebi arms. Do you perchance speak of Dokebis that often appear in tales of old? I can scarcely believe it, yet after all I have witnessed while relying on the expertise of Limbus company, the existence of Dokebis from folklore may well be within reason. Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokebi units. Demon Fire, Spine Cleaver, you know, the whole Mook workshop thingy. Okay, you like that model? Oh, new guys got an eye for quality. Excuse me, can we try this model? Oh, come on, relax. I know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See? Told you I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard come as a set, so grab them both and feel the weight. Wait, how's that? Not as heavy as they look, huh? Oh ho! So there's this particle powder thingy in that scabbard under patent by Mook Workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath a sword for a brief moment, its blade comes out way sharper and lighter. And that model you're holding happens to focus on that sharpness, so it's like ding, and voila! You got a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the Yeah series model. That's Mook Workshop's classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here. It's... what the heck? Hey! This is a Yeah Type 2 model that went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. We're lucky we found one here. If it's such a rarity, Lady Isra, perhaps you ought to wield it instead. No, it's fine.
Well, I can see it's literally made for you. And it worked real nice with those boosters on your new prosthetic arms. You need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially a new girl. No more temporary ID. Then I shall accept with gratitude. By the way, remember that classic liner part? It's super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Let them break if it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. I shall take your words to heart. Yeah. And she basically works the same as the LCD Osiochim Ishmael. Okay, Dawn can just kill this. Dawn can just kill this one. Ishmael can just kill this one. I will probably clash with this one. And then I will add some fuel to the fire with this.
물의 배들.
Do I even need to do anything? Aeng-Du just one-shot that motherfucker.
뼈를 깎는다.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
배운했어요.
Did I really not kill this
너희가
one
걸어야 할
motherfucker?
수라의 길은
Okay, Aeng-Du kill this one, Ezra deal with this one, I will unleash hell
또
there.
멀구나.
Bruh.
즐겁겠군.
Are they slash resistant?
그냥 5배.
No, they're slash weak. Why are they taking so little damage?
아, 저런. 배인 줄도 몰랐나.
She's kind of like a bodyguard. Yeah, like that's what I understood from reading her kit.
여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀구나.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
I mean, go ahead and do like just fucking.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고
Aeng-Du, you can tell me if I'm fucking useless, okay?
물러서지 않겠습니다. 40. 먹지. 침착한 결과입니다.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alerts, Aeng-Du casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Oh, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Aeng-Du. I search here. Ezra and Aeng-Du moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Privy! Don Quixote was the first one to voice a doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortion upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Privy, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon?
Ah, apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion.
It's basically when the whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street.
Then those people.
They entered this space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess? Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too.
With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes.
And these are...
The glyph emblazoned upon their handbands. Chu bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Shunokons, functionaries charged with scouting and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in Escorp, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who plied the craft without frightening Escorp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, nobi, the wretched debellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a nobi. Such is what Escorp has become today. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yi-san? Or me perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that there may be conceptual forms of Shunokons generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head was starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the Escorp and its Shunokons have appeared as a motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, we do not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul. The presence of Shunokons suggests a possible correspondence to Yi-san memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp Teacups time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from the beheaded Kim or Aeng-Du's memories. Aeng-Du furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem.
I've seen a few distortions that show trauma affect their surroundings. But this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either.
The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance.
Oh, if only a team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake.
And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward.
Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing coat back here and get him talking about the Chunokons. That's probably our best bet. Oh, every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone.
As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him?
Huh? What? Boss Clock found something?
Yep, I found where Bamboo-Hatted Kim's is right now. Probably with the Honglu team, I guess. Honglu, Heathcliff, and
새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다. 그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건 틀림없는 사실이죠.
Wait, is it just Honglu Heathcliff? Because Isang, Faust, Sinclair, Ishmael, Otis, and Masood are currently the same, and Don are currently the same team. Ryoshu and Rojon. Oh, wait, wasn't Gregor with them too? Oh no, Gregor was appearing. No, yes, Gregor was appearing in the flashbacks. My bad. Film. I'll clear within 6-7 turns. How many turns did I take? I aced it, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, we're getting the full team. Let's go. I mean, I'm going to deploy the whole team, but
드디어 내
피가 범람할 시간이요. 망설임.
대어내겠습니다.
like, if I can avoid deploying the terrible IDs, I will avoid deploying the terrible IDs, you know.
회전 끝.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team.
Bloody hell! What's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere.
How should I know? But judging by the get-up, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. And no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would saved us a lot of trouble if you hadn't, right?
Oh, so it's my fault? Those bastards looks like they were nicking stuff. This is our contractor Ria, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Well, for how many bloody months are you not gonna milk that?
Excuse me.
What? You got problem too, mate?
No, not at all.
Just wondering whether the gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Hmm? Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was just really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine Macaulay to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy alright. Hmm? He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Ha! You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, run you, there's... Whoa, he took out all those doppel-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blazing mooding tales never linger on the stage for long after all. Hello Yui Kisaragi! For a man to miss you, he's weirdly silly. Yeah, I kinda noticed that. Oi! Where the hell do you think you're going? Oh, damn it. Fuck, I am fucking my throat up doing the voices.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니?
I didn't put
너희의 흐름은
the silly gun ponytail Britman.
결정적인 순간에 망설였어요. 제 탓이에요.
There.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Yeah, I'm going to skip this part. This is replaying it.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Yeah, no one helping us this time. So we're currently on pure on raw clash.
사선이 비었어요.
복로 지원한다.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
And of course, they all hunt the guy.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Go on, guys. Thank you.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
Oh, come on, please.
요즘 제일 뛰어난
Can't you guys roll heads? Why is it so hard? God, some of these IDs really feel
엄마가
outdated.
검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어쩌려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Oh, come on, Isong, you had one job.
좋아. 심탄하구만.
You're getting some acupuncture.
이거 완전 삼촌들이랑 고무대 같았어. 어릴 땐 몰랐어.
What the fuck?
왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사.
When you this unity fix intelligence gathering.
실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게
Shimmer burst,
가르쳐줬거든.
peeling nail. Okay, the hemorrhage. I can basically one-shot this motherfucker.
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한
There we
헤드샷.
go. One less incorp.
작살났다.
자세
Grunts.
틀림은 없구나.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Ooh, this one. Did you guys hit heads? Come on, Sinclair! Thank God.
그 삶의 마침표를! 히스클리프, 지금
시야 확보. 쏜다.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가
You're just going to
삼촌들이랑 말도
execute
못
this
섞게
one.
했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
Come on, stagger him at least. Good. Stagger him. Perfect. And then Honglu. Yep.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
This is cool, not gonna lie.
친구랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그
This
외모가
really makes for a really cool gimmicky
손가락
fight.
안에서도 내로라하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳
Like, it's really flavorful. So, let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, Bulk just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Aww. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim.
Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Minto's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far.
No, I get it, okay, but come on. We'll kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in the closet? We don't look that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the SCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that.
Lady Ezra, that's...
Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting?
Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Minto's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner.
What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside all alone taking down the ring of mannequins who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Okay, you know what? This tells me that Bamboo-Hatted Kim is the perfect definition of born to be silly, forced to lock in. This is Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Like, you can't tell me this is not what defines how we feel about Bamboo-Hatted Kim in this interval. I need to make it a meme, honestly. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief to the way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. And the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, "It's done." My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling in it. Gut feeling? Look, I saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he doesn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin and kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle in it. Then, well, could be Bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning. Or, I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things like you couldn't make heads or tails off. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. At least he got lawful now. The hat contains all the aura he needs. I could sort of see he could potentially go toe-to-toe against Nurse Father, even if he's likely weaker than them. Why are you giving the British folk a Russian accent? Lol. Am I giving him a Russian accent? I'm trying to make him sound like, you know, a little bit rough, but still Brit, you know? Maybe I'm just terrible at at accents. Like, if I were to make a Russian accent, that would be in Mother Russia. In Mother Russia. Yeah. Wait. I had the punchline. In Mother Russia, you're not looking for Waldo. It's Waldo who looks for you. You know, I would talk like that if I were to give him a Russian accent. I think I have like an especially hard time doing accent in English. Like if I were to do it the same in French, it would be like, by the way, this is the same thing I said when I did the Russian accent. In English, it would be En Russie soviétique, c'est Charlie qui te trouve. You know, I would do that for a Russian accent and not a British one. In Mother Russia, we don't eat the flesh to claim their bones. They eat their bones to claim our flesh. I would talk like that, you know, with a Russian accent. Okay. Back to it. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock kid back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before turf war's not what most sane people would call a good idea. And us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowning around the gaffer, running their mouth about how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. I want to distort like bamboo-headed Kim. He's a chill guy. Hello, Key. Welcome to stream. Looks pretty chill indeed. Not a single one of them got away. We'd be them bloody if we lost bastard. And boss knew I'd play it out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like boss too bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many of such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. Yeah, that's what I said. He's like born to be silly, forced to lock in. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctively sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. He's like the best character I want to cosplay. I mean, and on top of that, he's not especially hard to cosplay. Like, I don't think he's especially hard to cosplay. I think the hardest part would probably be the hat and the sword. You could probably buy an old, already used dopo robe and taint it, like, I'll buy a kimono that is dark W and just wear a suit. Yeah, probably should. Yeah, that sounds like bamboo-headed Kim. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment? Or are you talking the piss out of me? Like, is it better if I do it that way? Is that a compliment? Or are you taking the piss out of me? Like that. Is it better? Like, does it sound more British? The thing is, I have a hard time doing that when I'm kind of I am forcefully lowering down my voice. It's really hard to. So I'm forced to have a voice much closer to my usual pitch if I want to give a proper British accent to Heathcliff. And the thing is, I am purposefully lowering down my pitch to make him sound rougher. That's the thing. So, but that way it's harder to do the British accent. Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait? Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Huh. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. The red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right there. And right then? Don't turn on the light. I heard Musso's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Musso? Where are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing this his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. You don't think you know how to print photographs, pal? What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial number either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. No? Where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait! I know what these are! People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Musot chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people interested with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher? How could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, or messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this dark room doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspapers? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit dark room. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Mosot came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in battle while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so? At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Aeng-Du's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senior Heathcliff, Senior Honglu, and Senior Gregor have battled Aeng-Du's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Melsot is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Melsot, you should want us to wait earlier! Understood, Manager. I will follow the instruction going forward. I'm sorry, but like again, like he's really fucking
그 정도 화력으로 우리
autistic
사문을
coded
막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐?
photos.
저놈들 무기까지 줘서 철수하자고.
Something sits here with me. Meanwhile, Aeng-Du is starting to become autist towards Kim. Yeah, basically. I think she was always like this. She has like profound admiration for Kim. Amid the distorted sprawls of Escorp's back streets, Aeng-Du had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to cloth line. I mistook it for a kumchul at first and gave it little attention. Warding robe. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location tab distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escorp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Melsot stepped forward and plucked a few photos of it. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between Escorp and Aeng-Du. This feels like getting caught in flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Massaud, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait. We're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make kind experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt a strange sensation, but it faded soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Massaud must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No. I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyph. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyph? What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experience, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyph. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. Is that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience butter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, Manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in realities in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Perhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager, I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to Escorp. That is, the Escorp from the past that only Kim and Aeng-Du would have seen and remembered. These photos, though? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs.
Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Aeng-Du, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away.
Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found.
What? When? How?
Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she said, do we regroup, Clark? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Huh. Roger's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhoda, you there? Eh? What? Dante wants to talk?
One sec. I cannot wait overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat! Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pie if I wanna...
Just throw them on TF. They're packaged.
Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash?
This cupboard is rattling again for no reason.
Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick.
I love how Ryoshu is like Araya is like, I want the bread too. I want the bread too. No, it's not a fight.
Huh? Then what's this about?
I take a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Muscle had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Can't. Wow, okay, that's a lot of story nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 currently. 5 story nodes for an interval. That's already a lot. Let me check on Twinning Threads. Twinning Threads has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically 6, 7. Only 7 7 story nodes. Like, does it mean that we are like getting close to the end of the intervallo? Oh, we are. Because the final boss, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I spoiled myself, is on 9.5. Is on 9.5.25. So, you know. Okay, cans. Oh, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead executive manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the empathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docograph of the building of my choice. He docographs building, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young muscle? Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for instant stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Are thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. Sorry about the sneeze. Okay, that was a strong one. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But it so will. So, how much will you be buying? My what? You came banging in with all these questions. I was patient enough to answer them politely. Wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With the whole group gathered around, the passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? What the hell are you keeping all that then? You even gonna ask? Cause I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp on it, into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! God! Ezra's angry face drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, falling him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next. Roof and all. Let's get away from here. Merger. Massault approached me as we walked down the street with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, this is pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is it the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh. You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the same exact spot on every page. You start with the arms down, and you make one small change on each page, nudge the arm up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying,
that video footage we watched are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is... It's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of Aeng-Du's taboo. Well, fuck! Okay, sorry, I have like a... Oh god, I have sneezes like coming up. Oh god. Oh sorry, my nose is a bit itchy. Okay, taboo. Well, fuck.
잘 됐네.
Oh crap! As soon as I registered Muscle's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken the taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Vergilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but... Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss us! What happened to us if we just gets the magic killed? Okay, so this is it, huh?
Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. Aeng-Du's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film rolls does contain genuine recorded footage. It's like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Aeng-Du dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be A-okay.
There is a possibility that everything will not be okay.
Eh?
Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room.
Oh.
The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo.
Really? But Team Leader said that Aeng-Du has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, Incorp won't be seeking their fixes on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Cause what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So, what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically condemn motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate the taboo. Then, let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Massault, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning Incorp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Massault. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Massault to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sort. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort? Perhaps. Yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-hatted Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the nest's taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test Incorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have ticked bamboo-hatted Kim because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe
But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe a culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, and that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the back streets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the protection? Right on. You'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone?
So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Bread Brain?
I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. It seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow.
Alas, is it not a taboo of any court to view recorded video? Pray tell, why would any insane mind?
Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet's blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe teams have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase.
Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just stare at people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go?
Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue.
Uh-huh.
And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence? Please advise all. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us swallow them.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 묘슈니까 요료슈쿠!
즐겁겠군.
사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
가속 펀치. 흑! 어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
I can just focus on this one.
된다면 사활을 건네.
Because Israel is going to deal with this one.
그 삶에 마침표를.
우와,
사선이 비었어요.
지금
오케이.
완전
공로
삼촌들이랑
지원한다.
공호대 같았어.
There we go.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Okay, I can ignore this one. Aeng-Du is going to deal with this one, and Israel is going to deal with this one. So I can just attack these two.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
I'm just going to vaporize this one then.
물의 배들.
대전.
And Aeng-Du won the clash.
한 점만 노린다.
Vaporized.
자세
혈이
틀림은 없군.
난자오.
Oh, come on. Fuck's sake.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Fuck's sake, Faust!
왜
You had
엄마가
one job!
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Death! Death to this one too.
검수막 모드.
You for fucking real, 42% and you still double tears. Thank you, skincare.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
물의 배들.
흉터의 결과요.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은
I find the idea of like if you lose the clash, you cannot use the same skill you used to clash with really interesting with
그
the
정도 화력으로 우리 선수들을 막을 수
N-Corp
있을
grunts.
줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
Idea is really cool. Still don't have enough thingies to get the new Honglu.
총은 수지 타산에
More fight.
맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 묘슈는 딱 요료슈쿠!
타겟 포착. 한시 방향.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
It is honestly crazy how difficult it is for my sinners to win fucking clashes.
가속 펀치!
사선이 비었어요.
공로 지원한다.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
One staggered.
된다면
Something like this, I guess.
하나, 둘, 학살!
And Ezra basically fucked one up.
샷! 차!
Come on, Don. Thank you, Kim.
살을 베어내고
어머해줘.
Ouch.
맡겨주세요.
I didn't fucking stagger. Are you for real?
고통을 가져오는 거야.
You're taking the
목숨을
piss.
거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 그 삶의 마침표를.
Wait, so I can't use dodge, I guess?
흐드러지게.
Can I?
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그
Just
끝이 보이지
vaporize that motherfucker.
멀고 또 멀구나.
망설임이 없도록.
한 점만 노린다.
You fucking serious?
좋아. 순탄하구만.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고무대 같았어.
아름다운 것.
I told you guys, my luck is absolutely dog shit when it comes down to clashing with my sinners. Thank fucking God he won that.
검주먹 모드.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한
Honestly, I
기술이
just want to use Thoracolgia because Thoracolgia.
즐겁겠군.
Small points for the team.
다음 목표로.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나. 참, 지금이군.
There we go. Now we're getting more
어릴
poise.
땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가
Vaporize that fucker.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
좋아, 탄하구만.
Yeah, let's get more poise.
육참.
And of course I won the clash. And then we've got one motherfucker left. He's just going to die.
그렇게 흔적조차 남지 않은 힘은 모두 나의 바람이었듯이. 저기 건넨 도움 또한 아름다운
Okay, first,
도움일 테지. 그렇지 않은 것
kill him.
희한하게.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에 움틀 것입니다.
Pursuit 2.
그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는
We're getting more of the Chinokums, I guess.
사실이죠.
I still not have enough. I think the next one I will have enough to get the Honglu and I will put him in the team then.
헌팅
As a
커트너리
Chinokun.
준비 끝.
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Oh, well, at least not much of a fight one-on-one. Service de Clou is not a combat specialized department, while they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances. They are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? What is snapping away for then? We're sprinting by on our backs like a lot of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for the higher ups at wager. I can kinda see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rational. Mosot stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim... Hey, Mosot? I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that. An answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in the list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke, I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mosot's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Major. Oh, yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle.
Yo, Boss Clark, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over there.
So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there.
Gotcha. Be right there.
The brief lull of battle came to a close. In battling enemies who arrived precisely at the timing Mosot had predicted, we made our way into the building.
Bloody hell! Them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does the N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all.
Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit walked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking? Sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should send taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery, and immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinnokans' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixated to it began rotating slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that! I'm so finished! Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Aeng-Du. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes?
The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp gets...
Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellas. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure in code while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter among themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've traced me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools?
The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brawl of echo to the dark excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't even hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you okay. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as one might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, Major. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escorp, followed by Bamboo-Hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you will shout me deaf, Aeng-Du. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweats, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first thing first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words begin to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bullets! I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the other instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of Chunokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great wonder of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyong-Hop. How do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows losing. Seize the accused! The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunokan began to swarm us.
누가 화났을 때
Did Kim join
그
us?
숨소리도 내지
Not
말고
yet.
숨어 있어야 해.
The Eastern War-Stride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Aescorp's Zhuzhong Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like Arcorp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Zhuzhong Brigandine greatly augment the user's offensive and defensive compatibilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that Eastern War-Stride armors are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that as with all the mentioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Zhuzhong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened powered output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Interesting. So I want him at low stacks, at low sanity, and high stacks at high sanity, I guess. Assume a different form of the home lane every 3 turn. Wait, I haven't seen Mimo transition. There's 1 stack. At 1 stack, retreat at turn end and transition into a different location. When to return to base on current battle form or gain or lose number of turns spent in retreat, swap of the roll stacks. When battle form of the whole lane, bear hunt, gain stacks, tiger hunt, lose stacks. Okay. At 0 memory transition stack, retreat into when returning to base, gain or lose. Okay, bear hunt. And gain stack. Use a pattern made of single coin skills. Im-Gyok-Hope gains advantage at higher sword play of the homelands. Yeah, because it gains higher base coin. The mountain of Aescorp's District 19 are home to all manners of beasts. Amongst them, the bear, in particular, boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to creatures charged and ill-advised, one must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. In Tiger Hunt, pattern multi-coin skills, lower sword play, yeah, because he has more coins. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh with a single stroke. Only a relentless flurry or chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it is felled at last. Fail to do so, and the tiger will escape death, or best its opponent to one day grow into a Sangun, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. Yeah, he has a fixed panic. Gain 5 Zhuzhong Brigandine Soul. When gaining this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of this unit max HP for every stack, -1 rounded down. Shield gain if it doesn't expire. Gain defense level down for every 2 stack rounded up. Deal plus slash damage. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. Okay. When it expires, end the encounter. In 5 sword play of the homeland, so he's at 0-0, I guess. He has no effect, yeah. If this unit has shield, get 5 points and 2 points count next turn. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes a bow of the homeland Aeng-Du skill. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, does not check for unopposed attacks. In the turn, when the turn in which this unit spent is stagger, when in low moral panic, the soul of the homeland, Escorp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches: Sal, Pi, and Pyo. Within their teaching exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal status, such as sanguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great wand capable of bearing the strain of the technique. Okay. Mismatch memories. Can gain the following effect: when battle form bear hunt at less than 5 swordplay of the homeland stack, gain 5 minus swordplay of the homeland stack fragile. Oh. Okay, so basically it forces you to, like, sorry. So basically it rewards you for playing along with the swordplay of Homeland Sal gimmick, meaning that you want him to get on the bear hunt, like. Yeah, so like basically because bear hunt is like single coins, you wanted low base power and high coin power. So you want him to be low swordplay of the Homeland style to be able to deal with it, and it is the less swordplay of the Homeland style he has, the more fragile he gains. So you are rewarded for playing with the gimmick. In same go for Stagger Hunt, because at more than 5 swordplay of the Homeland Sal stack, in fragile equal to surplus of swordplay of Homeland Sal stack past 5. Because past 5 he gains high base power but loses coin power. And it's a Tiger Hunt is a multi-coin stance. Okay. Martial Arts of Perseverance on Clash Win gains plus 2 points count 2 times per turn. If the target unit skill hit has less than 5 bleed potency, inflict 1 bleed and plus 2 bleed count as attack end once per skill 2 times per turn, protect the main target. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. And on Clash Rules, gain 1 head splitting memory once per turn. Gain 1 bind, gain current count, turn count divided by 4. Clash power up, rounded down, max 3. Expire at turn end. Okay. So now he's in bear hunt. So in silver coin effects. So Ezra is clashing with this one. So if there's a clash, he loses 3 swordplay of the homeland. If it's in the difference, excuse me, activate. Attack and on hit as an opposite attacker, on hit that uses difference, gain 2 sword of full place. Okay, so I have to make Aeng-Du not clash with that. Deal 80% minus 80% damage. It does not stagger, inflict bleed. It's a change, and this inflict bleed, okay.
Okay, interesting. So I need to clash with this one. Absolutely, if only I wanted to... Wait. No. I need to clash with this one when he's in bear, and I need to let this one hit as unopposed, or let Aeng-Du assist defense this one if he's in tiger. Okay. Sorry guys, it's taking a little bit of time. I am really thinking about how I should play all of this. Oh, don't like this. And I'd rather clash with this one and have Faust deal with this one.
타겟 포착. 평지 방향.
Oh, come on.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
그 삶의 마침표를. 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
자세히
공로
틀림은
지원한다.
없군.
Oh, come on, he didn't stagger for fuck's sake. Shit.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건
Wait, I need to retry it.
생각하니?
Okay,
아니,
uh,
너희의
I'm not taking that as a loss. I'm just rethinking about how I am,
생각한 것
um,
더 즐겨.
you know, interacting with this fight. So I need to clash with this one. So I think I'm going to send Kim here. And I need to clash with these. Are you for real? Fuck's sake.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
So there he lost the
확보. 쏜다.
he lost some the form, so it should be easier to clash with.
나야.
And he deals less damage. Oh, come on, for fuck's sake. Okay, perfect. I dodged this one.
여긴
Perfect.
맡겨주세요.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
He's still in bear form.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
So again, I need to make him lose
무사히 돌아올까?
this.
아니면 엄마처럼
So I will just clash with
거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Dawn, hoping it works. I don't like using this right now, but hey, you know. This one he dealt with.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
한 점만 노린다.
자세에 틀림은 없구나.
Okay, perfect. I won against these.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말
He still has the bear, but now he's like on two sword play.
너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
I don't want him to target Aeng-Du. So I can just redirect it like that and dodge it. Oh, it's 11 to 19. Holy fuck. Wait a minute. Okay, this one I can let it go unopposed. Just clash with that here. Remember had to Kim here, and honestly I can just go there.
사격 개시.
He's gonna use the bow. Ouch. This dagger hurts.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을
Oh, for fuck's sake, Faust, please!
지금이군요.
살을 베어내고
For fuck's sake, guys, can you fucking hit heads? Wait, Aeng-Du, why didn't you?
지켜주지 못해
Okay,
미안하다는
flash phenomenon
말만큼
projector.
공허한 말도 없을 거야. 그 말은
Basically does nothing.
지켜내지 못했다는 뜻이거든.
So there I can just focus on the grunts.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
그냥 5배!
혈이 낭자오.
샷!
아마도 이런 날이었을 거야. 나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에
And then just
신나고
use everything there on the projector. This one should die. This one too.
일찍 끝나겠구나. 이런 걸 보면 단축의 예술은 끝을 알 수 없던 엄마가 선택한 최선의
Let's
방법이었을지
go with
모르겠어.
these.
망설임이 없도록.
거미집에서의
Let's destroy the distortion phenomena, I guess.
기다림도 모두 짧게 끊어내고 싶었을 테니.
Okay, transitions back. Fuck, the Chinookan's still alive. Okay, now he's in Tiger. I need him to gain
끝을 알 수 없던 엄마가 선택한 최선의 방법이
some stacks now.
거미집에서의 생활도 내가 겪어야 했을 기다림도 모두 짧게 끊어내고 싶었을 테니.
How do I make him gain some... I need Aeng-Du to do some assist defense. Oh wait, this skill cannot be assist defended by Aeng-Du because it does not incrushable with assist units. So I need this one to hit me. So well, sorry, sorry Heath, you're going to take the brunt of this one.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
He's at low sanity though, so... Keeping it... I mean... Oh, at low sanity, keeping him at 1 is good though. Keeping him... yeah, maybe I fucked up.
삶의 마침표를. 사선이 비었어요.
공로 지원한다.
가속 펀치! 흑!
This is honestly a really, really cool... This is actually a really cool design for a
검을 들고
boss.
나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
Yeah, since he's at low sanity, he will not roll heads. So I can just clash with this,
아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
and he will kinda get cocked.
망설임이 없도록.
Not gonna. Oh wow! I really like the way they designed this boss.
아름다운 것.
I'm not saying oh wow, it's like something completely novel and shit. Like, of course, a lot of bosses should be designed the way this boss is designed, meaning they should be more carefully designed to make the player think about the patterns and shit. But like, this is, I really like the way this boss fight has been designed. Oh fuck, maybe I fucked up. Yeah, he won with the bow of the Homnin. That's good. And so I can use my flesh to claim the bones.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은
Now that he's back at
끝끝이
1,
보이지 않을 만큼
he's quote unquote not
또
dangerous.
멀구나.
So again, I can just, you know, go for broke.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
He's honestly really cleverly designed. I really like the way they designed this boss.
대전 그래.
Though he's still really tanky because he doesn't get as much fragile because he's not like above 5. But the thing is, I don't want to raise the base power when he's at such low sanity, since he's basically guaranteed to not hit his coins. And we're back to the
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
that motherfucker called back
내가
up.
정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까? 무례배들.
Not gonna lie, I'm kinda naked there. Naked in the sense that I don't have like good skills to deal with these mooks.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고
Clash with this one, clash with this one. Fuck up this one, fuck up this one.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Just kill the fucking ads. Well, thank you, Aeng-Du. All my clashes were just for naught.
살을 베어내고
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼워진 내 의안처럼. 즐겁겠군.
Let's kill the camera. I don't want to have more Chinokuns to deal with, so I'm going to kill the ads. And we're back to the
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은
flash phenomenon 임경kopf.
또 멀구나.
And now he's in bear stance. And thing is, again, his cash power has been lowered, like really bad. And so I need this one to hit. And I can just clash with the rest.
물의 배들.
Like that. At the start of next turn, he's going to get like a lot of if he even gets next turn.
그 삶의 마침표를. 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
Yeah, he's not getting a next turn because I'm finishing the shield now,
먼저 빠진다.
and this puts an end to the encounter. I should set my formal right.
Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but
Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an unsurmountable foe. Not even close, not to mention how Ezra and Aeng-Du were here to help us out. But... Shit! Haven't they had enough? But time gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go licking it up! That big sword carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyong-op, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Aeng-Du, go cover his back too! It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Fast? Artists? Have me out there. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate the situation I know so little about and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyong-op or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news when we are trapped in the battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to distortion? Wait, maybe during the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right. Keywords! This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Oh, okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for this distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First thing first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Yisang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battles to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, can experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange experience was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going back the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this has to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, but no, but where'd scraps come from? See, what enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work. All kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye, watering the expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path to our nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writings. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past, though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photographed
can experience in scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathom. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Mrs. Ra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathom.
Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff.
But before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees.
They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right?
Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so...
Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner.
I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Mabu-headed Kim stepped up. My sword's arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... What the fuck? Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. You think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Get us in there, yeah? That's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Hey, Alaya! She agrees with her mom! Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the scene, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior.
You guys too, SCP. I can handle them all on my own.
You will make a lone stand?
Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess I can never really have it all. Ah well, I guess I have to trust our two OCR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as a team senior, aren't I?
I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the Vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Aeng-Du. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
Let's get into the dungeons!
기억을
Give me a
쌓아줘.
minute, I need to do a little something.
언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Alright, I'm back. Did I clear the EX? Yeah, okay, the EX was just to clear the stage. Okay, now I got enough for Honglu. And so I would equip Honglu and have it in my team. And so I would switch this for back to Kurokumo. Edit team, Escort Shunokun.
일이 나오시죠? 노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게 이 오랏줄에 묶이시길.
He has a very simple gimmick, which is basically the same as the Chunokun from as the Chunokun enemies we fought. Basically, use the defense his counter on turn start to inflict Trust Honglu, and if target has Trust Honglu, they have minimum speed, etc. They take more pride damage. And all and then prisoner chessboard arrangement. So when Honglu clashes with someone with Trust Honglu, he gains clash power +1. And on hit they gain Honglu inflicts 1 bleed and and gains 1 poise potency, and expires if there's no trust. And Honglu can clash with any target with Trust Honglu, whatever this speed, baby. Sorry. And then if this unit speeds faster than target, deal plus speed different more damage, double the above increase, combat start. And then he's mainly poise and poison bleed, and he is specialized in pride and slash abilities, so better focus on that. Let's go then. Let's go to the Fathoms, and I will use this team.
이 검이 필요하오.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is Escorp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon in Escorp Street, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escorp-themed haunted mansion.
'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Now say is that people inhabit these things for truth.
Really? I think it has a cool vibe.
My foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here.
The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyong-op. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really? Wow, really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that the high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war-strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyong-op, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal's. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you got a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-dinging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they called Kim Lip. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth and scarred heart, did he find the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state considers sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery is a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state consider, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading on my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is
naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-hearted Kim. Thank you. And thus he continued to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she didn't give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowship of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? Ah, I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh. You speak of the game of Sukjong. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passersby.
Feondi, that is a wrong deed, good sir.
I suppose it is. People of Pio and Saul particularly found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pyo? Sao? Whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that Escorp is also known by its other name, Sapipyo Agro Industries, a wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 9 is split into 3 core circles responsible for different aspects of the industry, Sal, Pi, and Pyo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pyo responsible for meat and livestock. And P in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at Escorp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable Escorp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone wants a right state councillor, Todis Sol, and rises to the seat of the left state councillor. When such shameless conspiracy permit not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering fill the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escorp. Oh, aho! Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks, well, they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh, yes. The councillor find rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive the Scarlet Aura bonds. The guards who scamper away with the expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you stop being a soul and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get his tongue while on duty for the right state councillor. Return to this Choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one, Mentor. Then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of this sort of faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councillor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of Escort. Aeng-Du's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinance official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state councillor, who was the first ordinance, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up an exile from Escort. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage a home for Escort, but they are no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Yeah, classic dungeon, let's go with that.
주세.
And that.
시작이요?
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 묘슈니까 요료슈쿠!
물의 배들.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
우와! 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
목이 비었잖아.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중
이번에는
제일 뛰어난 게
뵐수 있겠죠?
검이었고.
이루어질 수 없는 희망도, 추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 희망도 모두 나의 바람이었고,
전부 잡아드리죠.
적이 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지.
육청
Way to build sanity.
자세에 표현하라.
목을 내놓으시죠. 돌아가기 싫다면 배워냈어요.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
전부 잡아드리죠.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라.
Oh wait, he's going to claim their bones.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줘.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어.
Lots of damage there.
가장 새빨간 지옥색 피아노.
지금처럼
I should check
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
Kim's
많은
Kim's
기억을
abilities.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수
Yes.
있게.
왔냐? 와카슈쯤 되시면 이런 건 시간
Again, this is offensive. Again, the damage up. Okay.
주세 개시할게요.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Okay, let me check what the things he has. Right now, level 81. Holy fuck, level 81? Isn't he Matthias level? Let me check. Fuck, wait a minute. Give me a second. Well, let's go anyway. Anyways.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Sorry about the yawn. I'm again like I slept very little.
자세에 틀림은 없군요.
For fuck's sake, can you roll the heads?
혈이 낭자오. 순순히 보라를 받으시죠. 목을 내놓으시죠.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모들 같았어. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
그 외부 강사
돌아가기 하면
손가락 안에서도 내로라는
목을 내놓으시죠.
실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
다음 놈 나와.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
전부 쳐죽여.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은
And he claimed their bones.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어. 가장 새빨간
순순히
지옥색
목을 내놓으시죠. 돌아가기 싫다면
다음 놈 나와.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
Oh,
다니며
God.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
Oh,
그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
catch your miss. Okay. Okay, nothing happened.
자, 대장 끝.
Sorry about that. No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose speech we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. And this must be, indeed, the right state, Consular's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Aeng-Du. Take a tall step over, or you might trip. There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the consular's? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the Escorp logo I saw in Kim's fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is member-headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councillor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in Escorp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor, with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies? That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plain terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been. Foolish! I can't. I have failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally say the councillor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lee, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was. The left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too eager a person to carry on your will, councillor, what I can do is plant the seed of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councillor. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite! I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councillor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an impression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes.
1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councillor arrived at the royal court. Those audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state council on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain, the bravery and justice of their honourable hearts trampled upon the grounds by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforce to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel! I saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Aren't you been looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well? My lord. The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state councillor's service? He sent so many of his men to their death just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Aeng-Du. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep it nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we have arrived to protect the revered right state councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain! In his quest for the right state councillor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with Escorp's labourers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of his most serene wings. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the councillor's son god, Kim Han. He the sole villain. Han Hobe! And let the aura bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungom. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyongo? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone on my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live? How will you live on now? I don't know. The councillor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Sapipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test all the gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than plaything in the palm of their hands.
I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escorp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Young come with me. There is no hope left for Escorp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-turn advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escorp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escorp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the current of the river will someday bring you back to Escorp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blaine lineage, became the mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeongop had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire, and those in the attire of the Blade lineage one by one leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They are from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then there must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
I just want to attack Heathcliff.
전부 잡아드리죠.
I'm going to attack these.
목이 피하척을 마실걸?
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
I think Aeng-Du uses Yield My Flesh
머리를 베었어야지.
if she has 3 plus haste. So not yet. Well, let this one attack Dawn. So Dawn needs to attack there.
전부 쳐주게!
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Oh god.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
자세에 틀림은 없구나.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
무대가
순순히 돌아가기 싫다면
아마도 이런
기회를
날이었을 거야.
새겨주겠어.
나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을
Oh wow, I
쌓아줘.
haven't done my dailies for my other so the other gachas I'm playing. I haven't
나를 데려갈
eaten
수
yet. I still have some things to do. Holy shit, I am late. Oh wow, all that is just 15 SP. Yes.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
I took all the wrong choices. Fuck me.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
망설임이 없도록.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
For goodness sake, can my sinners do something good for once in their fucking lives?
살을 베어내고
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
즐겁겠군.
should be good. Did it really fucking live with 1 HP? I'm going to lose my fucking marbles, I swear to God.
살을 베어내고
혈이 낭자오.
Thank you, Aeng-Du.
저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸구나.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
Death!
목을 내놓으시죠.
You fucking kidding me, Sinclair?
자세에 틀림은 없구나.
아마도 이런
You're
날이었을 거야.
fucking kidding me.
나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날.
Hate your
학교
guys.
마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
된다면 사활을 건다.
순수 목을 내놓으시죠.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
Oh god.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서
주세요.
가장 멋진 곳.
게시할게요.
Let's face Im Gyong-up. Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of path. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Now, all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Aeng-Du in here, in there. Aeng-Du was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspaper and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Gyong-up appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gyong-up wasn't like that. Gyong-up still believe that Superior Agro-Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current Escort. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents takes him. When the river bent and hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to win, carrying me back to, Escort, whence I have fled. Should I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of the principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Gyung-op, second ordinate of the Salpipio Agro-Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the commands and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate.
엄마가 검을
Same
들고
mechanic, I
나갔더니
guess. Yep.
내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
I'll use Thoracolgia to heal back up a little bit.
뺀다면 사활을 건다.
You are not to win in this bear hunt.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
자세에 틀림은 없군. 원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
I don't think she changed much.
내 의안처럼.
The three courts of Sad, P, and Pure each remade the standard Dojong, Brigandine of Escorp, into forms suited to their own doctrines. The olden tales say that the Saw has ever been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The P harvests the blood that spears forth from each open flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The Pure takes the close of a slaughter, depart one joint from the other, bringing the enemies to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of killing. The sword of the homeland passed down in the Sar court circle is not at its heart an art of killing. To cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the homeland practiced by Sar. Yeah, those... okay, this... There was the same, this flesh I claim. I don't need to clash this one.
망설임이 없도록.
요르슈쿠. 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가
That way she
만들어준
only has like
인사
3.
말이야. 요슈니까 요르슈쿠.
She's still in bear form. And so if I clash with this one, yeah. I get with the most bleed is Honglu, I guess. Yep. That will stop you from hitting it.
뺀다면 사활을 건다.
It's time for you two to resolve your old feud. Oh wow, it's staggered. Ooh, yikes. I don't like that.
이럴 때는 지몸미라고 하는 거야.
Big heal. And now she's in tiger mode. So I can't clash with this one. I can't really let Kim clash with this one. Because if he loses, he eradicates the rest of my team.
전부 잡아드리죠.
목이 피었잖아.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
That's way too much damage for my liking. Not gonna lie there, Blade of the House of Spiders Ryoshu would do wonders.
지켜주지 못해 미안하다는 말만큼 공허한 말도 없을 거야. 그 말은 결국 지켜내지 못했다는 뜻이거든.
Okay, she's back to 5 and she's in target stance and she's at full sanity. Meaning... yeah, that I'm like losing all clashes.
But meaning that I need to clash with this first. Let this one go unopposed.
물의 배들.
Because the higher the sanity and the higher she has Sal, the less coin power she gets. She gets a lot of base power, but not a lot of coin power. God, I won with Yield My Flesh, holy fuck.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Oh fuck, 이 song. Shit.
달려가더니 근자감이었던 거야?
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한 너희의 시간은 사라지지 않을 테지.
Now what I can do is basically clash with this one, then clash with this one to render it null.
망설임이
Something like
없도록.
that, I think.
언젠가는 이렇게 배우지. 알았지.
That was not worth it.
그만큼은 배웠으니까
Yikes.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만
That was really not worth it.
너희의 시간은 사라지지 않을 테지.
Okay, he's in bad stance. I need him to lose the to lose.
전투 응대에 나선다.
Thanks for the stagger, Aeng-Du.
아마도 이런 날이었을 거야. 나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을
전투
때
응대에 나선다.
문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에
아름다운
신이
것.
나곤 했지.
그렇지 않은 것.
아마도 이런 날이었을 거야. 나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
She's at full swordplay there. Yeah, we'll need to use an ego there. This one can eat for free.
안카리.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
I am pretty sure I... Is it losing on the next turn? And fuck, she switched to Tiger Stance.
끝을 알 수 없던 엄마가 선택한
It was Tiger Stance, I needed to be high. So I need her to clash there.
내가 겪어야 했을 기다림도 모두 짧게 끊어내고 싶었을 텐데.
전투응대에 나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Yeah, this was not worth it.
육참. 골단.
Taking the big AoE wasn't worth it.
할 말 하은이야. 방금 건 모른 척 해줄게.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
I guess I lose the fight. Yeah, okay. Well, Aeng-Du did all the job. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well.
Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet...
He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he?
Can you afford to look away in the duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away. Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and the military commissioner of Escorp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in contest of might before it comes to a close in the final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Bamboo-headed Kim and Gyeongop readied for the final bout, Aeng-Du leaped in between them. Aeng-Du? Are you really so ashamed that you would rather choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can't stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I must serve the master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust and fall like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Aeng-Du, thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time, that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked none of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat would aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant lacking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that your levity was means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibility a mentor has. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. When did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Aeng-Du and Im Gyok-op were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as the bounced off by an invisible force. No! No way! No fucking way! No fucking way he ain't manifesting ego there. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange, invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman Im Gyung-op readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff what shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, the winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hear to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am who has mentioned the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the word? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
Guys, like fucking Reddit called it. The photographs rapidly fall away from reality,
Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of his corpse slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathom of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and the man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest, a legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll. What you get from those cans is not real. It's everything in your lives. All of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake, purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing that I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Muscled's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Muscled? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Muscle. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. It must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor.
But blimey, that thing's still alive!
It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, well, these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chunokins in Sapipyo Agro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Sapipyo Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instant has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Hope is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Im Gyung-op's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there...
No way! Don't tell me that this corpse is...
We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Isra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher.
의뢰받은 노비들은 전부 잡아들였고 개 중에는 낙인이 찍혀있는 노비도 있었으니 내일은
Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. Ah, and that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commanded us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Would that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Huh. Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success. Since we managed to eradicate that distortion from Aeng-Du, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Aeng-Du and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of this mission in my book. Yo-wee, the point is we did it! We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear, I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will not now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Aeng-Du, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Aeng-Du's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you're released. Yeah. You're giving me a good, heart shake. I don't feel so good. Saying to, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with the breed in your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Oh, hang on, mate. Oh, a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me, I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have to ask a clarification if that wilt. Yeah? Does that recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? There are those who were sent to capture the one who hath violated the taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows. Yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Thine words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Massault. Given how often I had to rely on the information Massault had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seemed to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... So, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model, if I do say so myself. Gregor? No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder. But what the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it! Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. The Limbus company provides a custom damage compensation program in each of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please select to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first... Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Musso. Let's hear them up. Wait, what? Musso did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Musso, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisif headquarters. What? Didn't Musso say that he didn't work with Nagel und Hammer? What do you mean, one who nails? What do you mean, formerly one who nails? Because one who nails is a title from Nagel und Hammer. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that! Did you know this would happen, Mosot? Mosot, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you want... It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should warn us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization your suspect is a part of? Organize your ass! What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonable, justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanations, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust, either as she was sending an uncomfortable gaze at the N-Corp's employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mosot into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mosot, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Well, shit! Not gonna lie, that was an extremely good Intervallo. Like, wow, was it good. Like, we get more infos about we got more infos about Kim, the Blade lineage, Aeng-Du, etc. More, more about distortions and things, about the LCD, like LCD OCR team. A little bit about Ezra. Like, getting more of Ezra is always a plus, but we also got so much more information about Mosot, like the whole thing about experiences being different from memories and everything, being different from memories. The fact that he considered every single thing to be subjective. To be even if just a little. We got so much information about Kim, about Mosot, about N-Corp, because we learned how the Kant experience. We learned more about how the Kant experience work. Holy shit! This was good. This was really good. Like, this is really, really strong Intervallo that also really sets up the gaze pairing. It really sets up the...
한동안 안 하던 숙제를 다시 혼자 하려니 영 귀찮았는데.
맥마다 푸름이 뚝뚝 떨어지니 줄기마다 따스.
It really sets up the incoming Intervallo. The incoming Kento, the gaze pairing. But yeah, funny enough, guys, this is going to be all for today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys had fun. And yeah, all I have to say is see you till next time.
어차피 그렇게는 안 해드릴 거니까 얌전히 가자고요. 네?